All right, looks like we're live now on YouTube, so we should be able to proceed with our introductions. And I'm going to start today with Representative Quinn.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tracy Quint. I represent House District 144, which includes Amity, and I am on kind of bumpy internet, so I might turn my video off just to be able to hear you all better, but I'll make sure to come back on when people are introducing themselves. So hi, everyone.
Thank you. Good morning. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm also having some internet in and outs. I am Representative Richard Evans. I represent House District 120, including the towns of Atkinson, Brownville, Dover, Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Honorville Township, and Lakeview Plantation.
Representative Arford. You're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Representative Poppy Arford, and I serve State House District 49, which is the western part of Brunswick.
And Representative Matheson.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Christy Matheson. I represent the southernmost part of Maine, Kittery.
Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
And Representative Melrano.
Good morning, I'm Gina Melorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Brooks.
Good morning, my name is Heidi Brooks. I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
And Representative Morris.
Good morning, I'm Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and part of Livermore.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stacey Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. Thank you.
Senator Stewart.
Good morning, folks. I'm Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, which includes 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties, and I reside in Presque Isle.
Representative Tepler.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, which is all of the lovely town of Topsham, and I am the House Chair of the committee.
And my name is Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. Did I get everyone? Yes, good. And we are helped today, as always, by our clerk, Edna Caford, and by Colleen McCarthy-Reed in our analyst's position. And the agenda for today is that we are first going to hear from the Department of Health and Human Services, particularly the Cover Me folks, about how the first open enrollment period, which has just ended this weekend, went on our first year with our state-based marketplace. And then we will break for lunch. And then we will have a series of confirmation hearings for the Office of Affordable Healthcare starting at 12:30, although there might be a brief gap between our 12:30 confirmation and then our 1 o'clock noticed confirmations that go on from there. So that's how we will proceed with our work today. And so at this point, I'm going to bring over Megan Garrett-Reed and Molly Bogart. And Colleen, I assume those are the two folks that are presenting. Is that right? Yeah. So I will bring them over now. Good morning. Good morning to both of you. And the floor is yours. And if I know Colleen has your slides, so if you want those to be shared, Colleen can share those for you as well. So please proceed.
Thank you, Senator and Representative Tepler and members of the committee for having me. Very excited to be here to present and share an update on open enrollment. Colleen, if you would be willing to share the slides, that would be great. Would really appreciate it. And I know we have limited time, so happy to jump right into the second slide where some of our data begins. Perfect. So to begin with, I wanted to start by sharing an update on plan selections through the 2022 open enrollment deadline, which, as Senator Sanborn noted, was just this past Saturday over the weekend. I'm very excited to announce that over the course of open enrollment, 66,095 Mainers made a plan selection through coverme.gov. This reverses a multi-year trend of declining plan selections here in Maine and represents a more than 10% increase over 2021 plan selections in the marketplace. It also exceeds 2020 plan selections, so sets a new high for marketplace enrollment plan selections since the expansion of MaineCare in 2019, when consumers with incomes between 100 and 138% of the federal poverty level became eligible for MaineCare rather than marketplace subsidies. Moving on to the next slide. Also wanted to share another exciting sort of data point that we're happy to see, which is plan selections among new consumers specifically. So these are consumers who selected a plan in OE, but who did not have an active 2021 policy at the start of open enrollment. As you can see, we also saw significant growth in new plan selections. This year, they rose almost 14% from 2021. In all, new consumers represent about 16.5% of plan selections for 2022. We also saw new consumers with plan selections increase by 3,815 between December 16th and January 15th, which I think is validation of our belief that the longer open enrollment period that we were able to offer this year is very beneficial, in particular for new consumers who are coming in for the first time, giving them that additional sort of extra period to be able to come in and shop, especially after the busyness of the holidays, really yielded some great results for us in terms of the total number of plan selections at the end of OE. On the next slide, I also wanted to give a brief update on financial assistance among consumers. So as you can see here, 82% of consumers with a plan selection are receiving a PTC, while 18% are not. That 18% would be a combination of people who chose not to complete a financial assistance application, as well as some who apply but don't qualify for a PTC because of income or other factors. For example, having an offer of coverage from an employer, but who choose to enroll without financial assistance through coverme.gov. Just to sort of
Megan, I'm going to slow you down for just a second and
Sure.
just clarify that OE means open enrollment, and that APTC means advanced premium tax credit.
Thank you. Yes, I will try to be better with my acronyms. We, have been running at this for the past few months, and I probably am a little bit in the mindset of in the weeds here. So yes, thank you. So financial assistance in the form of advanced premium tax credits. And yes, I do sometimes default to OE or OEP when talking about the open enrollment period. So did just want to highlight the impact of those advanced premium tax credits on affordability of coverage for consumers. So as you can see, average premium amount before those advanced premium tax credits is $554 for our consumers with plan selections in the marketplace, but average APTC received is $471. So has a very meaningful impact in terms of what consumers are actually paying month to month for their coverage through coverme.gov. On the next slide, we also wanted to highlight another, again, exciting sort of trend and development in the marketplace this year. So as you can see here, looking at 2021 plan selections on the left and our plan selections as of the end of December on the right, that there's been significant growth in enrollment in gold and especially silver plans through coverme.gov. The reason that's so exciting for us to see is because here in Maine in the past few years, we've seen a trend of an increasing share of marketplace enrollees being in bronze plans, even among consumers who are eligible for cost sharing reductions, which can only be applied to silver plans. And although that can be driven by a very understandable sensitivity to premium costs for consumers, for many people, it can actually lead to them spending more on health insurance over the course of a year, since deductibles, out-of-pocket maximums, and cost sharing are generally higher in plans in lower metal tiers. Suspect that some of this trend is related to the additional subsidies that were made available in the American Rescue Plan Act, but we did see a significant additional shift in this direction during the course of open enrollment, even when we compared it to data on enrollment from the late fall after those subsidies had been made available and been automatically applied by healthcare.gov. So that's something, that again is great for us to see, because while top line, our goal is really focused on enrollment and enrolling as many people in coverage as possible, we also really want to make sure we're providing information and tools that help them make the most informed choice for their coverage that's going to be the best value for them over the course of time, and not solely when considering premium cost. So on that note, on the next slide, one highlight of open enrollment that I wanted to share with the committee was our Plan Compare tool for consumer decision support. Again, was very important to us to build a really robust set of tools to make comparing plans as easy as possible for consumers. And I really feel that this tool is in kind of the top tier in terms of both its functionality and the ease of use and display for consumers among sort of all marketplaces and consumer decision support tools for health insurance generally. A few highlights of the tool include that Plan Compare automatically sorts plans based on a balanced cost estimate rather than cheapest premium alone. So this cost estimate uses data from a medical expenditure panel survey to estimate the typical expenses for given age and family composition for a household. And it also factors in responses to optional questions that are posed to the consumer about their overall health status and any procedures that they have planned for the year ahead. It gives a sense of what a consumer might expect to pay in total in sort of a good year when they need less health services than they might expect, and also a bad year where maybe they have an unexpected injury or illness that causes them to utilize more health services. And really the purpose there is to give a sense of the benefits, but also the risks of, for example, paying a lower premium for sort of more narrow coverage or less generous coverage. The tool also provides provider and hospital search functions, as well as a prescription drug lookup tool that actually indicates the tier of coverage and cost sharing for prescription drugs. Again, really looking there to kind of create a one-stop shop for consumers where they can find those critical pieces of information that they're most interested in when comparing plans, and try to minimize to the extent we possibly can that experience that I would guess many of us have had of having to click into a bunch of different PDFs and scroll through kind of looking for the key information. We really want to streamline that whenever possible.
Can I ask you a question about this?
Mm-hmm.
Is the prescription lookup tool, is that something that's sort of a new and unique feature for our state marketplace that wasn't available on healthcare.gov? I don't remember that being part of healthcare.gov.
Yeah, I would have to reconfirm, but I am almost certain that the difference is I do think healthcare.gov has a prescription drug lookup tool that indicates covered or not covered. I think the feature that we provide that goes above and beyond that is that ability to understand the tiering of the drug and get a better sense of how different plans might impact affordability of co-payments or co-insurance.
Okay, great. Representative Matheson has another question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick question on the financial assistance, the 179 value. Did you break that down for that being a family or an individual policy?
Yeah, that's individual. That's a great question. I should have clarified that. So we did calculate that based on, sort of dividing premium by number of family members. So that would be on an individual basis.
Representative Tepler.
And that's a monthly cost, Ms. Garrett-Reed?
Yes, that's correct. That's monthly premium.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Representative Brooks, we've apparently stopped you in your tracks here. Representative Brooks, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question about this. So when you do the estimates with the computer system about what would happen in a good, bad, average year for medical costs, is that shared with the person on the tool on the other end? Or is that not really shared?
Yep, so that is shared, and I do realize it's a little bit hard to see. The screenshot is larger, it's a little bit fuzzier than I expected, but it is over sort of on the right of the display for a plan, that color-coded bar of good year, balanced year, and then bad year.
I see that.
That's where that information is shared with the consumer.
Great, thank you.
Great. Representative Arford.
Yeah, I'm thinking now about the federal subsidy and how that has increased this year. And it's my understanding that increase is projected to go for 1 more year, 2 more years. And what is the department already thinking about ways and what will happen when consumers are no longer getting this higher level of subsidy? I mean, what you're telling us now is very good news. And thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you. And yeah, that is something that we're monitoring very closely. Those subsidies in the American Rescue Plan Act apply through the course of 2022, but then without action at the federal and specifically congressional level, they would end at the end of this year. So in open enrollment next year, consumers would see that change in APTC availability to them. So I think at this point, like I think many people, we're kind of waiting to see what action Congress might take on that front. If Congress doesn't act to extend those subsidies, we'll definitely work, I think, on a messaging planning for consumers. I think they'll want to know and understand why they're seeing that change, because for some it may be relatively dramatic, for others it might be more minor. So that's something kind of on the agenda for the year ahead. But I think we're hoping in the not too distant future that we'll have a better sense of whether that will be extended or not by Congress.
Thank you.
Great. Ms. Garrett-Reed, please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, great. And happy to stop for questions if there are others as I move along. I know I tend to run through fairly quickly. So I did just want to mention on the Plan Compare tool, just a few improvements that we have planned for the year ahead. So definitely plan to work with carriers on population of the provider lookup tool. We did come across some fairly complex issues related to variation in the ways that carriers record and share their network data with us that we identified as a area for opportunity and collaboration moving forward. So that's something we'll be spending some time kind of collaborating and working with carriers on in the months ahead. And I'm also really looking forward to exploring how we can use this tool to better help consumers to understand clear choice plan comparisons as well. So as a state-based marketplace, we were already able to do a few things to assist with that. So we have badges specific to clear choice plans, and we also have navigation options in this tool to limit not just to clear choice plan designs only, but actually to specify one of the specific plan designs so that you can just pull up the plans with the same cost sharing structures and compare those directly. But I think that, the concept of clear choice designs is still somewhat abstract for consumers. So we're very interested in how we can make those tools more user-friendly and sort of do more to educate consumers about the clear choice options and kind of how to use those to help them with plan shopping. So just an area of opportunity ahead for us there. Moving on to the next slide. I also wanted to touch on our marketing and promotion efforts. So as in prior years, we focused a lot of our advertising on digital channels that allowed for targeting of our audience. So that included paid social, digital search, and streaming advertising. That campaign yielded 4.6 million impressions as of midweek last week, 18,700 link clicks, and a little over 13,000 campaign attributed users to our landing page. We also had advertising buys on cable TV and radio as well. So we were running between 160 and 225 TV spots per week in each of our 3 media markets, and 20 plus spots per week in each of the radio markets. We also ran print ads this year in papers including the Portland Press Herald and BDN with combined circulation of nearly 75,000. And also placed ads in Jambo, Africa with messaging specific to concerns or questions that new Mainers might have about eligibility for health insurance coverage. And this year we were able to innovate a bit more in other ways to kind of think about how we could reach narrower segments of consumers or use kind of alternate, more localized channels to reinforce our message. So we were on bus shelters and bus side ads in Portland. We had 1,000 placemats in about 60 diners and restaurants all around the state. We had TV ads running at 81 gas stations around the state on those little display screens that you see when you're pumping gas. We sent SMS messages to about 18,000 individuals identified based on household income information, informing them about the deadline and encouraging them to visit coverme.gov. We did one of those messages before the December deadline and another about a week out from the January deadline. And we also produced coverme.gov branded masks that were handed out at the Augusta Armory Vaccination Clinic in December. Moving on to the next slide. Another highlight, I think, of open enrollment has been the availability of our call center. We received 37,751 calls between November 1st and through the end of the day on Saturday. That volume actually came in a little under projections and was lower than healthcare.gov call volume from the state of Maine for the past 2 open enrollment periods. I think the preparation that we did to plan for volume and a lot of hard work on behalf of our vendor and our team as well is reflected in the service levels that we were able to provide and maintain. So we had an average speed to answer of under 60 seconds all throughout open enrollment. And as you can see here, vast majority of calls were answered in 30 seconds or less. Really, the only days when we struggled with volume were December 13th through 15th in the lead up to that initial deadline, which is the deadline for January 1 coverage. December 15th itself was by far our highest call volume day. We had over 2,000 calls that day alone. And despite that, our average speed to answer that day was just under 7 minutes, and the maximum wait time was just under 30 minutes. With our final deadline on Saturday, despite the weekend, we were able to maintain an average speed to answer of 3 seconds and maximum wait time of about 2.5 minutes. So again, something I think really challenging to do, especially given how concentrated our volume is around deadline times. And that's something that I'm very proud of in terms of performance.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation, Ms. Garrett Reed. Could you talk just for a second about the gradual improvement in consumer satisfaction scores and how that came about?
Yep, I was just about to say, I think consumer satisfaction was an area where we weren't as consistently high performing throughout enrollment. I think that definitely one of our biggest challenges coming into open enrollment was the skill and knowledge base of the agents working in the call center. I think the experience at the start, frankly, was a wake-up call to our vendor that we work with and that operates the call center about that preparedness and kind of level of sophistication of calls coming in that, we can be prepared for the simple FAQs, but especially at the beginning, there's going to be more complex cases, more, just unexpected, not FAQ type questions. And we worked very hard together to improve that. We started a series of retrainings and quizzes that agents do every single week where we identify what are call drivers from consumers, re-review scripting and make sure that our scripting is robust, and then test the agents on their preparedness for those call drivers. And any agents that sort of don't meet a pretty high bar, I think it's 90% on those quizzes, are then pulled and given retraining and refresher retraining. And so I think a combination of those actions and then just a certain degree of kind of getting our legs under us, folks getting the experience of being on the phones is what's led to that, pretty noticeable and continuous improvement over the course of the 4 months that we've been operating.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here today too. I was going to hold this question, I guess, until the end, but I think we're at an appropriate point to talk about it, which is in cases where an insurance agent might be working with one of their clients and they have a problem that they've run into on CoverMe that's been escalated and is, I guess, typically supposed to be resolved within a day or two. I've gotten a number of agents that I know and represent and related to one of them actually. And they've said that in these cases, even though that there is a direct email for the brokers, they typically haven't been able to get a very quick response. In some cases, no response at all. And so when things have escalated beyond, it probably falls into this, 10% or 15% category in the December to January that we're seeing here. But what's going on there? What can you share about, when these cases are not being resolved, what's happening, and how can we maybe make better changes for our constituents?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to cover that. And actually, if we want to move to the next slide here, I had wanted to kind of talk through some areas of opportunity for improvement that we'd identified, and that's on our list. So I can just start there and then reverse my order a little bit. I think that definitely, again, was something that we identified as a major challenge at the beginning of the open enrollment period. We do have two vendors working for us. So we have a call center vendor operating the CAC, and then a technology vendor operating our platform. And I think the turnaround time and level of communication between the two, especially at the start of open enrollment, was a challenge. It was one of those things where we had written operating procedures, we'd done some tests, but seeing it sort of work in practice as consumers came through did not work as well as it should. I think the Consumer Assistance Center, for one thing, was giving turnaround times to consumers that weren't necessarily based in consultation with the technology vendor and were a little bit premature and didn't have a good way of making sure that consumers or their brokers got follow-up in the meantime. If there was, it's a more complex issue that's going to take a little bit of time to solve, providing an update so that consumers know that they know that their issue hasn't been overlooked or has been lost somewhere or slipped through the cracks. So that is one thing. I think moving forward, we did make some significant improvements on that over the course of open enrollment. We revisited the scripting to move away from those, set deadlines and say more, we'll be in touch, making sure that we're doing regular outreach again to those consumers that have incidents that are pending with us. I think we want to work as well with just refining the whole process for that now that we have a little bit of time moving outside of open enrollment, just to remove some operational inefficiencies that we have in that ticketing process that I think can extend the timeline for those kind of technical issues as well. So definitely very much something on the agenda. And I'll say in the context of brokers specifically, I think one consistent feedback that we've heard from the broker community is, some frustration around using the sort of first tier of our call center, and that typically when they're calling in, it's not going to be a simple question or an FAQ because that's information that they have themselves. They're calling in because they've either encountered an issue or they have a complex scenario that maybe requires the marketplace to intervene or make changes on their behalf. And so one thing that we definitely want to explore is providing, a more direct route to a higher level of service within the call center for those agents and brokers so that they can more directly access that and not feel like they're needing to repeat themselves or requesting a call back from a supervisor later. We really want to do as much as we can to resolve issues in the first call to the call center as opposed to needing to kind of have any kind of back and forth.
Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Garrett Reed. I appreciate this presentation. Like Senator Stewart, I've also had some brokers and agents reach out to me as well with some of their concerns. And just to follow up on what you just said, are there any training programs available for broker agents? And also, are you looking to expand any programs that might help them to hopefully mitigate some of these sooner?
Yep. So there is a broker training program that's required for certification with coverme.gov. That's managed through a learning management system that became available right at the beginning of fall. I believe it was the first couple weeks of September that launched and became available to them to give them some lead time before the start of open enrollment to complete it. We base that really on kind of the overall content of the healthcare.gov training, but really tried to have the main focus of that training be on the platform itself. We know brokers probably don't need to spend a lot of time with explanations of the Affordable Care Act and eligibility. That generally that's going to be information that they know and are very aware of for their licensure. So try to focus on kind of what are the differences either in policy or just purely functionality of the platform. And so that is available. I think, there's potentially more we could do to kind of train brokers of that as a resource to refer back to, because I know if they completed training, back in September, so they had that done and were ready to go, some of it may not be as fresh in mind. So that's definitely something where I think we'll look to do a comprehensive review of that and update and improve that based on broker feedback in advance of the next open enrollment period as well. But that's the primary way that we kind of provide information and grounding and some of that, information, just as I said, about navigating the platform to the broker community. And actually the assister community as well has a training that includes those broker modules, as well as a few additional modules on responsibilities that are specific to enrollment assisters.
Okay. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, I guess, with this sort of theme here. I mean, has there been any sort of attempt to pull brokers together and get some sort of, collective feedback or have some sort of advisory role that they could play? Because if they're continuing to run into these problems and we don't get them figured out until after the enrollment period, then obviously there's implications there. And so if you've got this sort of large swath of folks that are working with this program that are, more or less experts in the field, does it make sense to try to pull these folks together and gain some sort of collective knowledge from them that we could then implement?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is something I've discussed with the Maine Association of Health Underwriters. Have had a good working relationship with them throughout the past year as we've been working on developing the platform and getting it launched. I know they were working on pulling together a volunteer group to provide some input and priorities, and actually had already collectively sent me over their thoughts. So when I say that, feedback from the broker community on that desire to have that escalated level of service and sort of a quicker line to more highly trained supervisors, that was part of that feedback that they provided. And I know I'm speaking at a meeting for them next month where I know they're gathering questions and looking to hear from me about how we're planning to implement some of that feedback. So I think that we have sort of that process underway, because I certainly agree. I think we want to get a sense of what is the feedback, and in particular, what are our highest priorities? So as we're planning our work for the year ahead, we can make sure that that input is brought together from the broker community, the assister community, our health insurance carriers as well, to kind of collaborate and make sure that we have the items that are on other people's lists on our lists as well in terms of improvements.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I have two questions. My first question is, what % of our customers are using brokers to engage with?
Uh-oh. I think we might have just lost Senator Brenner. But I think her question, at least her first question, was what percentage of consumers are using brokers to engage with the marketplace. Do you know the answer to that, Megan?
I don't have an updated number from this open enrollment period yet. That's something we can pull. I know in data we received from healthcare.gov, I believe it was around 10% of Maine consumers that were marked as broker assisted enrollments in healthcare.gov data. So that is definitely something we can give an update on in future in terms of whether that's changed meaningfully this open enrollment period.
Great, thank you. Representative Brooks, you had your hand up. Do you want to ask a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you very, very much for your work and efforts and presentation, and really exciting about new enrollments, new information about higher quality of plans. The trend, as everybody is pretty well aware on this committee anyway, is that with premium and healthcare financing challenges, the lower premium plans may be the only ones that somebody could think they can afford or can afford, if that, so that a lot of times when a bill comes, whether it's a deductible that they couldn't possibly meet or something like that, there are issues with that. And so I think it's great that people are selecting the higher quality plans when possible and that there are new enrollments. I also had heard you mention about the English language learners or people with English as not their primary language, that assistance. So that's good to hear as well. I guess my question is also, I'm really interested in local. I didn't hear any complaints, and I don't know if that's because everybody's technologically savvy or what the issue is, but it's good. I mean, not hearing from people in my community saying there's difficulties is in my mind a good thing. So I'm appreciating this, and I guess my question is, I like the areas of opportunity, like the interfaces, and I guess the employees that were at the call centers and things like that. If you could give any information about, with all their training and background that we implemented with them, are they staying within our healthcare network to help going forward?
Yeah, a great question. I think Certainly a challenge of operating a call center for the marketplace specifically is that we have this open enrollment period where the vast majority of our business and calls happen in a 2.5-month period. And even in that 2.5-month period, 5 days or so drive a significant amount of volume. That's obviously really different than running a call center where that's consistent throughout the year. Part of the reason I raised that is, I know I'd had some questions about why we didn't base the call center completely in Maine. And really it's because we needed to take advantage of some flexibility and ability to kind of scale up that number significantly so that we could provide the kind of service levels that I outlined a few slides ago, but also, recognize that during the rest of the year, we likely won't need as many agents on the phone. So I guess what I would say is, certainly, I think there will be a core team, especially at the supervisory level, that stay with us. And I think building their capacity already in the course of open enrollment, I saw them become so much more sophisticated and really kind of keep up with us in terms of answers to questions and leading with us and coming to us immediately and saying, we're getting a few more questions around this topic and we want to write a better answer. So I think that we will be able to benefit from sort of that expertise and institutional knowledge that we'll build. That being said, certainly in the lead up to open enrollment next year, we'll once again need to dial up the number of just agents on the phone so that we can avoid, long wait times or trouble getting through. And so there will need to be some turnover. And I think that's, again, natural in call centers of this size. But I think that having the basis of a supervisor team and a knowledge base that they come into that's, stronger than what we had launching this for the very first time when it was new to everyone will really improve that. And I will also say, again, talking about this concept of kind of tiering the call center a little bit better than we have today. Again, I think what we want to do is really think about how do we think about that first tier of agents as handling the simpler questions that come through, the request to just walk through and input information into an application if there's people who just don't want to use an online application or aren't comfortable with that, sort of some of those more straightforward tasks, and helping to funnel up the more complicated ones more quickly to the more experienced levels of assistance.
Representative Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. This is great information. I just wanted to put one little comment out there that might be helpful for me as a legislator, because I hear from constituents all the time on how do I sign up for this. And just having, I had to search pretty hard to try to get a graphic to put up on all of my digital sources to just say, this is where you go. This is what you have to do. Something like that to the legislators who talk to constituents all the time would be super helpful from my point of view. So I don't know if you guys made those for us to be able to post information, but if you didn't, I'd love to have it in the next open enrollment.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion. And I think that's definitely something we're always looking for ways to make easier, right? To make it simpler for legislators, but also organizations working in communities or in the health space, or even individuals to share information. We do have an open enrollment toolkit that we produced and shared a little before the November 1 deadline. I think it's on coverme.gov, about, and then partner resources. And that has those graphics that can be shared really easily. I think we wrote some example text to just copy and paste into social posts. And actually, we were able to produce versions of that toolkit in, I think, 9 different languages as well, really looking to find ways to make it simpler to promote coverage among New Mainer communities. So that is something we've done, very open to suggestions. I actually try to ask every time that I'm meeting with an organization or group, what could we do that would make it easier? What information, is lacking there? Would you like to see? So very much welcome suggestions and ideas for us for next year, or even over the course of this coming year with special enrollment periods, in what we can do to help make it easier to spread the word.
Representative Brooks.
Yes, I was also thinking, one thing that's really helpful is people are generally unfamiliar with qualifying events as far as when they would have the opportunity maybe to sign up for different kind of plans. So this might be out of the Cover Me realm, but I see it maybe as a way to help spread the word year round. Like if something happens, that they would be eligible for signing up for a plan, for a healthcare plan, due to some unforeseen loss of a job, family situation, something. So if we had more communication about that, that would be helpful for people in general.
Yeah, very happy to share that as well. We do just sort of over the weekend as we transitioned out of open enrollment mode and into outside OE mode, added a page to our website with information about the qualifying life events that would make someone eligible for a special enrollment period. So that is something we have, but we do also want to work to promote those a little bit more. I think generally those haven't been, treated the same way that open enrollment does. I think we're interested in figuring out if maybe we could do some small advertising campaigns or even partnerships with other state agencies. So, working with Department of Labor to find ways to share with people applying for unemployment insurance that if they also lost coverage because of loss of a job, that there's this opportunity to enroll for them. So happy to kind of brainstorm and collaborate on that too. And I think the one other thing that we always try to make sure when we're messaging about the end of open enrollment and special enrollment periods is just reminding people who would qualify for main care that you can apply for main care at any time of year. There's not an open enrollment period. So if someone's income is, close to or below those income thresholds for main care, that's an opportunity that's always available to them.
Representative Arford.
Yeah, thank you again. This is excellent information. And I'm curious, I have two things regarding the consumer satisfaction data that you've presented us with. How did you actually collect that? And then were you able, I know this is our first state-run exchange, so were you able to access this information regarding the consumer satisfaction in prior years? And if you were, how does this year's compare with prior years?
Yep, both great questions. So in terms of how we calculated it, we have a survey at the end of every call that's optional for consumers to opt into, and then they answer a series of questions posed to them by answering 1 to 5 on the phone. And so that's questions like, did you get the information that you needed in this call? Are you satisfied? Would you recommend the call center to somebody else? And if someone either said, I fully agree or somewhat agree with those questions, with agree or somewhat agree being sort of the more positive response, that's what's calculated as consumer satisfaction on that question. I will say in terms of response to the survey, I was actually really surprised how high the response rates were. I think we typically saw sort of between 15 and 20% of callers on any given day answer that survey, which again is, I think in the world of responsiveness from consumers, relatively high. So that is how those scores were calculated. And then in terms of the question about consumer satisfaction from healthcare.gov, I know that it is reported nationally by healthcare.gov from time to time. I think I saw that they included it in a press release sometime, but I don't have the number off the top of my head. And unfortunately, it's not something that I have access to with scores specifically for Maine consumers. So don't have a point of comparison there off the top of my head, but that's something glad to follow up on.
Senator Stewart.
Thanks, Madam Chair. To back up for a second about questions of when there's a change of circumstance, one of the specific questions that was raised to me is about when there's a primary policy holder that's aging out and going into Medicare, and they have a spouse that's on the same plan. And the fallout from that, without sort of warning them about the upcoming change, means that the spouse is going to be basically either being penalized or potentially missing an enrollment period altogether. So can you, I know we talked about this a few minutes ago when you were answering some other questions, but, as that's, first off, if you have any response, feel free to respond to that. But second of all, just flagging it as something to consider for your organization going forward that is a problem.
Yeah, happy to respond to that. So I think the question of becoming Medicare eligible over the course of the year is, definitely one that we're aware of and something that consumers will experience. I will say that we make sure to message in our noticing to consumers, always reinforce the message. If you experience changes over the course of the year, make sure that you come back and report those to us because there's other updates, somebody in the family becoming eligible for employer-sponsored coverage, for example, or a change in income that might change someone's eligibility. That's really critical that they come back and report to us so that we can make changes as needed. Medicare eligibility would fall into that category in my mind because while we can make some assumptions, of course, around age about Medicare eligibility, we at the marketplace, don't in real time sort of directly have access to be able to say, we can identify based on your birthday, you are going to become Medicare eligible, and we know that you qualify. There are some people in the age range who don't qualify. So we would rely on the consumer to come back and report that to us. I don't think that that's meaningfully different from how healthcare.gov would treat those scenarios. And in those cases, the applicants would want to come back and just mark the primary applicant as not needing coverage and update their information and reselect a plan. We do have a process that is self-service for doing that through the course of the year, again, for Medicare eligibility, but other circumstances as well. And they would be able to drop the coverage for that primary applicant, but maintain coverage for the dependent, as we call them, the other spouse on the plan. I think a different scenario is, if someone is actually looking to change the primary subscriber on their policy, that's handled a little differently because of how important the primary subscriber role is in our EDI with carriers and the way that carriers manage enrollment. It's not something that we can switch out easily. So that's a little bit different, but there's no reason why the primary subscriber couldn't just be removed from that policy when they become Medicare eligible and choose to enroll in Medicare instead. And I think generally would find that for most consumers, they'll be sensitive enough to what they're spending that they don't want to be paying a premium for two different forms of coverage at the same time. So I think there's a little bit of a natural, incentive there to look into that and to want to make changes in response to newly becoming Medicare eligible through the course of a year.
Ms. Garrett-Reed, I invite you to go through the last couple of slides that you've got for us, if you'd like.
Great. Yes, happy to do that. I think I sort of through the course of the conversation covered what I'd hoped to in terms of Consumer Assistance Center improvements. Just will reiterate, I think that's still an area for improvement for us and that we'll be focused on. I did want to just touch briefly on platform performance as well. Once again, do you think that overall performance was very strong this year? We only had one incident of downtime throughout the entirety of open enrollment, and that lasted for less than 60 seconds and was related to a restart and resync of our identity management infrastructure. That being said, we did encounter some issues impacting specific, pretty small segments of applicants over the course of open enrollment, and I categorized those into a couple of buckets. The first was challenges that we had with the data that was migrated to us from healthcare.gov. While it was largely accurate and usable, there were some anomalies on a small subset of accounts that presented challenges really in two areas. So around address, specifically zip code and county information, and inconsistent family relationships. Our team worked very hard to do quality assurance on that data in the context of renewals. And that was somewhere where we saw a lot of success. Again, we were able to really have renewals processed very, very smoothly, essentially no, fallout from that, which can be a major risk in a transition like this. But one complication that we didn't foresee was how that bad data would interact with the user interface in our application, which ended up kind of manifesting itself in errors that these consumers who had these underlying data issues experienced in different parts of the application or enrollment processes they were moving through. So that was something very frustrating for us, and I know frustrating for the consumers who were impacted by it. I will say, our development team worked very hard to turn around solutions for those as quickly as possible. In some cases, we could solve a problem, by the end of the day when it was reported. In others that were more complex, it does take longer to put solutions in place. I will say, in all those, we were able to reach resolution and then make outbound calls to consumers who are impacted and always make sure that we are offering enrollment, flexibility. So if folks experience something or reported something close to a deadline or reported that it caused an issue for them in meeting the deadline, providing them flexibility on effective date. The one other place where the system didn't perform to my expectation was certain households with very complex tax structures. So multiple family members filing taxes separately have to be assessed for APTC, Advanced Premium Tax Credit, eligibility separately. And while we found that those families were receiving accurate eligibility determinations when they were moving through to plan shopping, the APTC wasn't always appearing correctly in the plan shopping experience. It was applying the most recently determined amount in the system as opposed to accurately mapping to the family member who was shopping. Once that was identified, we immediately were able to resolve for that on an individual basis for the consumers that were impacted by it. And then we put in a recurring data fix in place that sort of runs each day to correct for this. But that is the top priority on my list in terms of development for the year ahead, to put in a solution that will make that seamless for consumers so it doesn't cause any unneeded confusion or concern for them. I think I can then move on to the next slide, where I just wanted to discuss, and this is my last slide, looking ahead past those immediate sort of priorities for improvements in the to-do list coming out of open enrollment to some other priorities. I know we've talked about special enrollment periods, so I won't dive into too much additional detail there, but did just want to briefly highlight the 2 additional special enrollment periods we are offering this year. One for pregnancy and one that was sort of initiated by the federal government, which offers a rolling monthly special enrollment period for people with income below 150% of the federal poverty level. That's really intended to allow the people who qualify for these very generous subsidies under the American Rescue Plan Act to be able to qualify for them and take advantage. Creates a little bit more of a sort of glide path between the experience with Maine Care, where those applications are open all year long, and the marketplace. We're also very focused on the upcoming end of the federal public health emergency and changes to Maine Care enrollment expected as a result of that. The PHE was just extended through April over this weekend, so have some time before that happens. But essentially, since early in the public health emergency, the federal government has required that states keep anyone who initially qualifies for Medicaid enrolled, with a few just very small exceptions like moving out of state. What that means in practice is that there's likely a segment of individuals whose income has increased over the last couple of years at this point, and who will be disenrolled when this public health emergency ends. We don't expect that to be kind of an all at once action. It's something that'll be phased in over time. And some of those people may also now be eligible for other forms of coverage, like employer-sponsored coverage. But we do expect a significant proportion of them to be eligible for marketplace coverage. So we see this as a huge opportunity to coordinate with Maine Care and to be sure that these people know that the marketplace is an option for them, to kind of remind them and continue following up with them about coming over to find coverage through us, and trying to make that application process as simple as possible. So I really see this as, one of the great use cases for becoming a state-based marketplace. I know that the federal government and healthcare.gov are working on this issue as well, and are very committed to it, but I think it'll be quite a challenge for them to try to come up with solutions that work across all the states where healthcare.gov operates, whereas we can work and tailor our solution to our systems and what we know are our strengths, but also potentially challenges that we face here. And then finally, last note was just on outreach and marketing again. I think now that we have a system launched and steady and a first open enrollment under our belt, we're very excited to have the opportunity to sort of step back and consider greater investment in both enrollment assistance and marketing activities to continue to generate new enrollment in future open enrollment periods as well. So I will pause there. Made it through in an hour, but happy to continue to take any questions that members have.
Thank you. Representative Evans, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for that presentation. I had one question on the last slide where you were speaking about the disenrollment. Do you have any figures or estimates as to how many people would be affected under that process?
I don't at this point. I'm happy to kind of follow up. I know the Office for Family Independence has been taking a look at that. I think it can be a little bit hard to know because they don't necessarily have the data on sort of circumstances that people have experienced that may mean that they still are Maine Care eligible or may lead to them being disenrolled, but glad to follow up on that point as well. And certainly is something that we're trying to kind of keep abreast of and keep up to date on as we determine how broad a solution that might be and how many individuals might be impacted.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question, which is about budget and whether CoverMe has been able to land sort of where they expected in terms of budget for the various contractors and the processes that you've carried out for the first OE.
Yes, we have. We have stayed on budget through this year. No unexpected changes or adjustments made. We have done a couple of change orders with our technology vendor, but initiated, from our perspective, because we identified places where we wanted additional scope of work or wanted to start new projects with them. One of those actually is partially funded by a federal grant that we received for $650,000, I think was the total, to help improve our reconciliation processes moving forward and automate reconciliation with our carriers as much as possible. But beyond that, we've stayed on budget. And I think, one reason I'm excited about thinking about investments in the marketing and outreach and what more we can do to reach consumers is this increase that we've seen in enrollment. I think will, meaningfully help with our user fee revenue and really give us the opportunity to make these kind of improvements, both on the system side, but also do, much more to really ramp up those activities as well.
Thanks. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Garrett Reed and Ms. Bogart. I want to say that as the committee that works hard to make healthcare more affordable, I think this is good news. And part of that good news is also your awareness of the issues that you're facing ongoingly and what needs repair. There's still clearly work to be done to cover more Mainers more affordably, but certainly this is an excellent little nibble at that big picture. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. And I will just say thank you to the members of this committee who have been, I think, really supportive of us over the years and obviously instrumental in moving us in this direction. So really appreciate your support for the launch as well.
Representative Arford.
A very quick question. This is a yes or no, really. Great increase in enrollees. Congratulations. Quick question about that is, because we know that a number of people have moved to Maine from other states, are you able to capture within that data for someone who was actually enrolled in another state in a state exchange, whether or not they're actually a new enrollee or whether they were enrolled in their own state exchange?
Unfortunately, yeah, that is not data that we have access to. We don't have that kind of sort of in-depth individual level of access to data from healthcare.gov or other state-based marketplaces. So I'm not sure that's something that we could specifically kind of trace at a member level.
Thank you.
Okay, this has been really, really helpful. And the timing, I think, of our availability to get this briefing aligned nicely with the end of the open enrollment period and perhaps the beginning of a reflection period, if I might describe it that way, in terms of figuring out what went well, what went less well, and what systems can be put in place to fix it. So you did mention some additional investments in marketing and outreach during this year leading up to the next open enrollment period. Can you speak to any other, and then you talked about working with the broker community and so forth to make customer service and the customer service center better for next year. Can you speak to any other kinds of forward-looking work plan that you might have at this point for CoverMe?
Yeah, I think the other really significant category is the technology development plan. So again, something we've already kind of started that is based on what are the lessons learned from our own experience during open enrollment, feedback we've already received from the health insurance carrier specific to the electronic data interchange that we run with them. I think they have some asks about how we can tweak that process that make things easier on their side, and then sort of input from other communities that have spent a lot of time working in the front end of the application too, to make sure that we're capturing everything that they experienced. So I would say that's the other really big category. And I think of it as kind of two parallel processes, that there's the core improvements that are more based on smaller things, but that we identified that are going to make the application process smoother for people or kind of make the back end work a little bit more smoothly. But then also, the bigger picture kind of development, asking ourselves, what more can we do to generate new enrollment? Public health emergency, and at the end of the public health emergency is really the top of my list on that front right now. Trying to determine how can we maybe pull over applications for people that we wouldn't otherwise receive from from the Medicaid agency so that when they come to us to apply, they don't need to start an application from scratch. They have it inputted there. So that will also be a pretty meaningful scope of development work for our team. And so thinking about, how do we sequence all those things and make all that happen a year from now, or a little less than a year from now, feels like a long time, but we know that that time goes by quickly. So I would say that's the one other area, and that list has, plenty on it, from small things, as I said, to bigger items, but that's the other, scope of work that we're pretty immediately turning our attention to.
Okay. Are there any additional questions for Ms. Garrett-Reed? All right, I don't see any, and it is 12:03. So I'm going to thank you so much for being here today and for giving us this information in this briefing. And I will let folks know that we do have our first confirmation hearing for the Office of Affordable Healthcare at 12:30 today. And we'll go on break until then. I'll see you all back here then. And thanks again to the folks from DHHS for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Edna, could you please resend the link for the meeting to Poppy Arford, to Representative Arford?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And everyone, I am currently waiting for Reginald Parsons, who is the speaker's representative, to join us to introduce our nominee, our first nominee. So I'll ask everyone to hang on just a minute. I'm hoping he'll be with us in a minute. If not, I will do the honors. Okay, I just got the message that Mr. Parsons will be joining us in a moment. And so when he does, we will proceed. And he should be made immediately part of the panel if he's not already got a panel link. Thank you. Okay, so welcome to this afternoon's nomination hearings for the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We are going to have a series of nominations for the advisory board for the Office of Affordable Healthcare, a new institution that was created by statute in the last session. And our first nominee will be introduced by the speaker's representative, and then we will probably take a break before we proceed with the next set of nominations. I believe, but would like confirmation from Ms. McCarthy-Reed, our analyst, that we need to vote for each nominee or against them, I guess, separately.
Yes.
So, yes, okay.
Yes. You'll need to take each nominee, and Edna will call the roll for each, vote each separately.
Great, thank you. And a reminder to the committee that in order to vote, you need to be visible on the screen to record your vote. So hopefully all will be able to do that. All right, so please, Mr. Parsons, go ahead and proceed with the introduction of our first nominee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Reginald Parson, and I'm a senior legislative aide and policy analyst for Speaker Ryan Fecto, and I also handle boards and commissions issues in his office. The first nominee that the speaker would like to present is Kevin Lewis of Winthrop. Kevin is currently the president and CEO of Maine Community Health Options. Prior to joining Community Health Options, he was CEO of the Primary Care Association, where his efforts included improving healthcare access for underserved populations and representing Maine's community health centers. Speaker Fecteau has nominated Kevin to serve on the Advisory Council of Affordable Healthcare as a member who represents health insurance interests.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parson. And are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Parson about the nomination? Seeing none, we do have some written testimony regarding Mr. Lewis's nomination, which the committee has access to, and actually the public does as well on our website. And we welcome Mr. Lewis to speak about his interest in this position. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. As mentioned, my name is Kevin Lewis, and I do live in Winthrop, and I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Advisory Council on Affordable Healthcare. My interest in serving on this council stems from my decades of health policy work, as well as my current efforts to rein in the total cost of care while improving overall health outcomes. As the founding CEO of Maine's only nonprofit health insurer domiciled in Maine, I bring a perspective that is informed by our mission-driven and member-centric health plan. Our mission to partner locally with members, businesses, and health professionals provide affordable, high-quality benefits that promote health and well-being aligns with that of the newly established Advisory Council. Whereas Community Health Options has created over 160 jobs in Maine, as well as directly contributing to workforce growth at numerous Maine-based businesses, I understand the business imperative of achieving better healthcare results at lower costs. As a nonprofit with a board that is majority controlled by directors who are elected by the members, we also understand the needs, aspirations, and expectations of Mainers, whether that emanates from an on-exchange or off-exchange experience, community-rated small group market, fully insured large group market, or the evolving self-insured arena. Formerly the CEO of the Maine Primary Care Association, I know firsthand of the imperative to shift the paradigm in Maine, that of value-based payments. My work is also influenced by my board service to Coastal Enterprises and the Maine Council on Aging, and as the immediate past board chair of Maine's Health InfoNet, state's nonprofit health information exchange. I currently serve as the chair of the board for the Maine Association of Health Plans and will faithfully seek to represent insurer interests in the work of the council. I would be happy to field any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Are there any questions from the committee for the nominee? Seeing no questions, I will proceed to a vote on confirming the nominee to the Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care. I will look to Ms. Kafer, our clerk, to call the roll.
Madam Chair, if I can.
Excuse me. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So sorry, are we supposed to see if anybody's in favor or opposition to any of the nominees before proceeding to a vote?
When you say anyone, do you mean anyone on our committee or anyone among the attendees?
You're correct. The latter. If anybody is here to provide support testimony to any of the nominees, I think that's typically at least it has been in other committees. I don't know if that's the case in HCIFS.
I think that would be the case, except I'm looking at the attendee list and I don't believe that there is anyone in attendance focused on, I mean, they're all representing themselves for their nomination in the next set of hearings.
Sounds good. Didn't mean to bugger this up any. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything.
That's very reasonable. It's fine, Senator Stewart, it's fine. And yes, Senator Sanborn has a comment, question, something.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Colleen if we had to do this sort of rigmarole, which is that if anybody objects to us taking a vote within 15 minutes of closing the testimony, then we wouldn't be able to take the vote. But if no one objects, then we could proceed straight to the vote. That's maybe for executive branch nominees, which this is a bit of a strange situation. So I'm not sure it's required, but it might be worth just saying that part of the script.
I think that's right. It isn't required, but if you want to follow along as closely as possible to sort of the process that everyone's familiar with, I think that would be helpful. So to go through that, and then also just remember that someone will need to make a motion to recommend the appointment before Edna can call the roll.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I have not participated as a chair of any other nomination hearings previously, so forgive me, and I don't have a script per se, so thank you for that. So I guess the first question to ask, is there anyone present with an objection to the nominee?
No, just with an objection to us taking a vote within 15 minutes of closing the testimony on the confirmation hearing.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sanborn. So is there anyone with an objection to our taking a vote within or in less than 15 minutes of taking the testimony on from the nominee? Seeing none, yes, Senator Sanborn.
I move that we recommend acceptance of the nomination from the speaker and recommend Kevin Lewis be confirmed.
That's a motion, and Representative Evans, is your hand raised for a second?
Correct, that's correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. I second that motion.
Thank you, Representative Evans. So we've had a motion and a second to accept the nomination by the speaker of Kevin Lewis to the Advisory Council. And we will now ask Edna to call the roll for the vote.
Senator Sanborn,
Yes.
Senator Brenner,
Yes.
Senator Stewart,
Yes.
Representative Tepler,
Yes.
Representative Arford,
Yes.
Representative Blyer,
Yes.
Representative Brooks,
Yes.
Representative Connor, Representative Evans,
Yes.
Representative Matheson,
Yes.
Representative Malago,
Yes.
Representative Morris,
Yes.
Representative Quint,
Yes.
12 members of the committee have voted in the affirmative. 0 have voted in the negative.
Thank you, Ms. Kayford. We appreciate that. And congratulations, Mr. Lewis. You have been voted to be the first member of the Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care. The committee congratulates you and look forward to your service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do just want to say to the committee that this is an unusual set of nominations, because usually we confirm nominations from the executive branch. Instead, we're confirming nominations from our own leadership, which is most unusual and a little, perhaps a little fraught. And we will have to revisit this issue in the bill in the near future. Meanwhile, it's now 12:46 and we'll take a very short break and open the nominations again at 1 when they were originally scheduled for. Mr. Lewis couldn't make that time due to other commitments. So we will see everyone back here in less than 15 minutes. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm going to ask the committee to come back online. It's now 1 p.m. and we're due to begin our next set of confirmation hearings. Unfortunately, I still do not have a script, so I will continue to try to do the right thing, but members of the committee who have more experience with confirmation hearings than I do should feel free to interrupt me if I've missed a step for this. And once again, this kind of thing, oops, excuse me, is we are online, and unfortunately I can't stop the phone ringing in my home or any other kinds of noises you may hear in the background, so please excuse them as you can. Just know that we're doing our best with this virtual world. So welcome back, committee members. We're going to begin with one of the speaker's nominees who I understand has a time constraint. So I hope that President Jackson will bear with us through this one other nomination. And then we will get to all of the nominees that he has recommended since he's with us in person. So the first nominee we're going to have a hearing on is Dr. Renee Faye LeBlanc, and she is a nominee of Speaker Fecteau. So I will turn to Mr. Parson to present her nomination.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Reginald Parson, a senior legislative aide and policy analyst in the Speaker's office, and I also coordinate boards and commission matters in the Speaker's office. As Representative Tepler noted, the next nominee from Speaker Fecteau is Dr. Renee Faye LeBlanc of Portland. Dr. Faye LeBlanc is currently a doctor in internal medicine at Maine Health. Dr. Faye LeBlanc also holds an administrative role as the current Chief Medical Officer at Greater Portland Health. She has also held previous administrative roles within Maine Medical Partners. Her qualifications will provide the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care with a wealth of experience coming from the healthcare workforce. To that end, Speaker Fecteau has nominated Dr. Faye LeBlanc to serve on the Advisory Council as a member who represents the healthcare workforce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parson. And with that, I'll ask Dr. Faye LeBlanc to join us. And while she's coming over, I will ask the committee if they have any questions about the nomination for Mr. Parson. Seeing none, welcome Dr. Faye LeBlanc, and please go ahead and present your position on why you wish to be nominated to this role.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, Financial Services Committee. So my name is Renee Faye LeBlanc, and I live in Portland. I'm here to talk to you about my nomination to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. So not only do I live in Portland, but I was also born and raised here. I'm a board certified internal medicine doctor, and I work at Greater Portland Health, which is a federally qualified health center in Greater Portland. Our focus at the health center is to provide excellent care for the most vulnerable in our community. And I see firsthand how healthcare costs affect both patients and employers. I see care being deferred due to costs and fear about cost. I often am unable to tell my patients how much things are going to cost for them, whether it be a medication, a referral to a specialist, an imaging test, or a procedure. because so much of the personal cost depends on specific insurance coverage, contractual agreements, and things that I'm not privy to in the exam room. Many patients of mine have difficulty navigating the specifics of their own coverage, and so they can forego getting care because they're afraid of ending up in collections or having debt. Some of my patients are forced to choose between medications and other necessities, things like food and housing. I believe strongly that all people should have access to excellent healthcare, and I'd like to be part of this advisory committee because I want to be part of the solution to make healthcare more affordable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fay LeBlanc. Any questions from the committee for Dr. Fay LeBlanc? Seeing none, I will turn to our attendees and see if anyone is present who would like to speak either in opposition or in favor of Dr. Fay LeBlanc's nomination. Seeing none, we do have written testimony in favor of Dr. Fay LeBlanc's nomination that the committee and the public can make reference to on our committee webpage. And now I have to ask if there are any objections to taking a vote on the nominees' acceptance within 15 minutes of having heard testimony. Seeing no objections, I will look for a motion. Yes, Dr. Evans, Representative Evans, please go ahead and make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make the motion for approval of Dr. Renee Fay LeBlanc as a member of the Affordable Healthcare Advisory Committee.
Thank you. And Representative Matheson, did you want to second that? Okay, so we have a second from, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Brooks. I had seen Representative Matheson's hand go up earlier. So Representative Matheson seconds, and now we will ask Ms. Kafer to please call the roll, and we'll vote on the nomination of Dr. Fay LeBlanc.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart, yes. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Arford.
Yes.
Representative Arford, yes. Representative Bleier.
Yes.
Representative Bleier, yes. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Malagano.
Yes.
Representative Malagano, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quint.
Yes.
Representative Quint, yes. 12 members of the committee have voted in the affirmative.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kayford, and congratulations, Dr. Fay LeBlanc, and welcome to the council that is the advisory to the Office of Affordable Health Care, and we wish you good work in the future. And thank you for being here today with us.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. So now we will turn to President Jackson and ask him to join us in committee and introduce the first of his nominees, which I believe is the Honorable Anne Graham of North Yarmouth.
Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn. Sorry, a little bit clunky here this afternoon, but my name is Troy Jackson, and I represent the people of Northern Essex County and Senate District 1. I'm excited to be here to introduce the nominations for appointment to the Advisory Council for Affordable Health Care created by LD 120, and I was very proud to sponsor that. Annie Graham of North Yarmouth is someone I'm very pleased to nominate to the Advisory Council for Affordable Health Care. As a member who represents primary care provider interest, Annie Graham is a career-long healthcare provider who obtained her Master's of Science in Nursing in 1986. As a nurse, she has worked as a pediatric nurse practitioner at practices in Yarmouth and Scarborough, as well as in schools. She has also served as faculty at St. Joseph's College as a member of the main house and with the American Cancer Society. Again, very honored to present Annie Graham.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Does any member of the committee have a question for President Jackson concerning this nominee or this nomination? Seeing none, I will now recognize Ms. Annie Graham, the Honorable Annie Graham, to make a statement concerning her nomination.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and the members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Annie Graham. I'm from North Yarmouth, and I'm here to discuss my nomination to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. I am honored to have been nominated to this council by Senator Jackson. I was at Fish River Healthcare Center in Eagle Lake a couple of summers ago when Senator Jackson caught up with me. I was there working on cancer prevention initiatives for the federally qualified health center. I believe Senator Jackson saw that I was passionate about reaching rural Mainers who struggle with cancer and chronic disease. I'm interested in serving on this council for many reasons. My experience is vast, from working as a pediatric nurse practitioner, serving as a legislator, and working on prevention projects for the American Cancer Society. I served for several years on the Advisory Council on Health Systems Development, also known as HCIFS, during the Baldacci administration. We accomplished a great deal on this council as we were poised to launch a healthcare exchange in Maine. The HCHSD and its important work was eliminated with the change of administrations in 2010. I thank the legislature for this new council. I hope we can work to continue on helping to make Maine the healthiest state in the nation. I may be somewhat unique in my potential role in this council as I wear multiple hats. As a nurse practitioner, my focus was primary care and pediatric neurology. As an individual who is a couple of years away from Medicare, I'm an older consumer. Also, as an individual who is semi-retired, working part-time at a large retailer, I'm a consumer who has found excellent coverage on Maine's healthcare marketplace. I would have no health insurance if this marketplace was not in place. I'm extremely thankful for the Affordable Care Act. To conclude, I am honored to be nominated for this council. My dad was a general surgeon in Bangor. His commitment to caring for his patients was beyond passionate. His care would often be paid for with clams or homemade quilts. one of which I still have on my bed today. If a patient was unable to pay, he would write off his bill. He taught me to care for my patients, who were my neighbors and often friends, without concern for their ability to pay. My hope is that I can care for others via the work done by this Affordable Healthcare Council. And I must say I'm honored to be in the company of all the other nominees. I would be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Graham. Is there anyone on the committee who has a question for the nominee? Okay, seeing none, I will look to see if there is anyone in attendance at the meeting who would like to speak on behalf of the Honorable Anne Graham as a again, seeing none, I will turn the committee's attention to written testimony we have received in favor of the Honorable Annie Graham's nomination. And although I now see from the script that we're supposed to proceed with a motion to confirm before the hearing, I will now turn for a motion to confirm to a member of the committee who wishes to present that motion. Yes, Representative Brooks, please go ahead.
I make the motion to approve Annie Graham for the Health Advisory Committee for Affordable Care. Wrong name, but Affordable Care.
Yes, I believe it is the Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care.
Just amend the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion. I need a second. Yes, I saw Rep. Matheson's hand go up first, so we'll catch you later, Representative Evans. Thank you both. So I have a motion and a second. Now I have to say that according to the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to the vote immediately. Seeing no objections, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services recommend to the Senate of the 138th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Annie Graham for appointment to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care be confirmed. Okay, and please, Edna, go ahead and call the roll. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Yarford.
Yes.
Representative Yarford, yes. Representative Blair.
Yes.
Representative Blair, yes. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Malano.
Yes.
Representative Malano, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quint.
Yes.
Representative Quint, yes. 11 members of the committee have voted in the affirmative.
and none in the negative.
0 in the negative, excuse me.
Thank you. So it is unanimous to those present and voting. Congratulations, Annie Graham, and welcome to the good work of this Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care. Thank you for being present with us today.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. I still look forward to this work, and I thank the committee for the confirmation. Have a great day.
Thank you. And President Jackson, before we proceed with the next, nominee, it's my understanding from now that I have a script that I need to request a nomination from the floor for, a motion to confirm the nomination from the floor from our committee before I begin. So next among our, I'm sorry, my list is on another piece of paper from my script. And it's just going to take me a second to get it together here. Apologies. So Ms. Endy is our next nominee. Can I have a motion from the floor for the confirmation of Ms. Endy? Yes, Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to confirm Ms. Kate Endy to the appointment to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care.
Thank you, Representative Arford. Can I have a second? I see Representative Melorano has seconded. Thank you, Representative Melorano. And I will now turn to President Jackson and ask him to make a statement regarding the nomination of Ms. Endy. Please proceed, Senator Jackson.
Well, thank you once again, President Tepler and Senator Sanborn, members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. Again, I'm Troy Jackson, and I failed to mention it before with Annie Graham, but all the nominees that I want to introduce today are folks of high professional and civic character, who I believe strongly will each work to make sure this council carries out its assignment of creating a healthcare system in our state that will be affordable and accessible for all Maine people. I believe each nominee has a variety of both professional, educational, and community experience that will make them well suited for their respective nominated positions. I also wanted to say that I've also nominated Christy Rio Daggett of Presque Isle for the 6th position. I believe they'll have to take her up next week, but she also is going to be a great member if you happen to confirm her next week. But Kate Endy is somebody that I'm very happy to nominate for the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. As a member who's a healthcare consumer advocate, Kate serves as a policy director at Consumers for Affordable Health Care in Augusta. She works at Kate to make sure that people across Maine have readily available assistance to navigate both public and private health insurance marketplaces. Prior to her position as policy director, Kate worked directly with healthcare consumers to answer their questions and assist them with getting their healthcare coverage. And I've had a number of constituents over the years that have reached out to me about the problems they've had with healthcare. Kate has been like just an unbelievable advocate to try and make their lives better. And so I have great, great faith in her, and I'm very honored to nominate her today.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. And now I would ask if any member of the committee has questions of President Jackson regarding this nomination. Seeing none, I recognize Ms. Endy for the purpose of making a statement about her nomination. Welcome, Ms. Endy.
Thank you so much, Representative Tepler and Senator Sanborn and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. As you know, my name is Kate Endy and I'm from South Portland. And I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. I've worked for Consumers for Affordable Health Care in various positions for over 8 years, advocating for Maine people to be heard, respected, and well-served in a health system that provides coverage, access, and quality affordable care to all. As designated by Maine's Attorney General, CAIC serves as Maine's consumer assistance program for health insurance, and as such, we operate a toll-free, confidential helpline staffed by experts in eligibility and enrollment in private and public health coverage. We answer questions about eligibility and help people apply for and enroll in coverage, including private marketplace plans, and assist with other issues using insurance and accessing care, including helping people file complaints and appeal coverage denials, as well as navigate non-insurance financial assistance programs. We also serve as the Ombudsman program for Maine's Medicaid program, MaineCare, and help people with applying for and navigating the enrollment process for MaineCare coverage. As President Jackson mentioned, the bulk of my time at Consumers for Affordable Health Care has been spent working directly on or managing our helpline and consumer assistance program. So I've personally enrolled countless Mainers in health coverage, filed insurance appeals, worked with hospital administrative staff and carriers to help coordinate coverage for services and resolve various other types of issues that people face when trying to access or afford healthcare coverage and services. Through this work, I've become acutely aware of many of the gaps and barriers in our healthcare system, including financial obstacles that people face when trying to access the care they need. In my current position, I continue to work closely with our helpline team to hear about barriers and affordability challenges that continue to exist from the folks who contact our helpline. In addition to the thousands of calls we get through our helpline each year, we also work closely with healthcare providers, social service, and enrollment professionals throughout the state. Through this work with professionals, as well as our helpline, it's able to give us a continuous feedback loop on not just existing barriers to accessing care and coverage, but also on how policies that are implemented are actually impacting individuals on the ground when they're trying to access and pay for the care they need. I believe this experience provides a unique perspective that would help me to effectively represent the interests of consumers and provide the opportunity. And as addressing the underlying cost drivers is essential to bringing down, skyrocketing costs and improving access to affordable, high-quality care, which is why the creation of the Office of Affordable Health Care, just in general, is so exciting. And I would enthusiastically welcome the opportunity to contribute to that work as a member of the Advisory Council. And I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks very much, Ms. Endy. Are there any questions from the committee for the nominee? Seeing none, I will turn to others attending the meeting to see if there is anyone present who would like to comment on the nomination. Seeing none, I will call the committee's attention to written materials we received in support of Ms. Endy's nomination. And we will move to a vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the written notice, which we are within that parameter, so that's good. And the hearing is closed and we will move to taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committees who are present agree. Is there any member of the committee with an objection to taking the vote immediately? Seeing none, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays in accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation, and a vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Thank you, Ms. Kayford. Will you please call the roll?
Yes. Senator Sanborn,
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner,
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Stewart, Representative Tepler,
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Harford,
Yes.
Representative Harford, yes. Representative Bleier,
Yes.
Representative Bleier, yes. Representative Brooks,
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor, Representative Evans,
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson,
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Marilano,
Yes.
Representative Marilano, yes. Representative Morris,
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quinn,
Yes.
Representative Quinn, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative, 0 in the negative.
So it is unanimous of all those present and voting to confirm the nomination of Ms. Kate Endy of South Portland for appointment to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. So welcome and congratulations, Ms. Endy.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Okay, and turning now to the next of the president's nominees, we have Ms. Katie Fulham Harris of Yarmouth. And I need a motion from the committee to vote on the nomination. Hello? All right, Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. And you just can't see Representative Brooks's hand. It matches her Christmas lights up there above her head. I move that we accept the nomination of Katie Harris, Fulham Harris, for this advisory committee.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. And Representative Brooks, would you like to second the motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Representative Brooks. So we had, and I apologize for not seeing your hand earlier. I'm also toggling back and forth between a script and the nominee page. So I will do my best. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to confirm or recommend the confirmation of the nominee. And so at this point, we will turn to the President of the Senate to please make a statement concerning his nomination of Ms. Katie Fulham Harris.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the Health Coverage Insurance Financial Services Committee. Once again, I'm Troy Jackson, representing Northern Aroostook County in Senate District 1, and I'm very proud to nominate Katie Fulham Harris of Yarmouth to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care as a member who represents hospital interests. Katie Fulham Harris is the Chief Government Affairs Officer at Maine Health, where she's worked in several roles since 2008. Under this hospital interest category, there was a number of, well, all kinds of really great people that could have been nominated. But Katie is someone that I've certainly known here in Augusta for a long time, has always been very willing to work on issues to try and make it better. Even this legislation that we're talking about, LD 120, Katie was more than happy to try and make this something that was, could be supported by everyone. And that's been, what I have seen from Katie ever since I've known her is the willingness to work across, different organizations, different affiliations, and try and come up with something that, was palatable to everyone. Prior to working in Maine Health, she worked at several healthcare focused organizations in Maine. She holds a Master's of Health Policy and Management from the University of Southern Maine. She's very, very capable and very experienced in this role, and I'm very honored to nominate her for this position.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Does any member of the committee have a question for President Jackson? Seeing none, I will welcome Ms. Fulham Harris to make a statement concerning her nomination to the Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care.
Thank you so much, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the committee. First, I'd like to thank Senator Jackson not only for this nomination, but perhaps I'll have him have a conversation before my next review with my boss as well. So thank you so much. I am Katie Fulham Harris of Yarmouth, and it's a privilege to be nominated to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. I think we can all agree that healthcare costs are on an unsustainable trajectory. And I see this office and the Advisory Council both as an opportunity that will provide a platform from which we can explore opportunities for more sustainable and affordable healthcare system for Maine's future needs. By way of background, I was raised in a tiny town of Porter, Maine in rural Oxford County, and much of my family still resides there. I've spent my career, as the senator said, really supporting healthcare policy primarily through advocacy, although I've had some opportunities to do some operational work as well. And I am proud to say that I work today at Maine Health, which includes 8 hospitals in Maine, as well as 1 hospital in New Hampshire, and a continuum. We invest in a continuum of behavioral health services, home health, and long-term care throughout the state. And Nordex, which is our incredible lab, has recently processed its 1 millionth test for COVID-19. I'm proud to say that every day, the 22,000 care team members of Maine Health work hard towards meeting our vision of working together so our communities are the healthiest in America. And at no time has that dedication been more impactful than during the pandemic. I watch them fight every day to improve the health of our communities through things like vaccinations and to maintaining access to the high quality care for patients in need of hospital care as well, and including in those who have severe cases of COVID-19. Our frontline workers are true healthcare heroes. Prior to Maine Health, I won't go into, I think the senator mentioned, I've spent my career in healthcare policy. And I think as we can all agree that the current level of spending of healthcare represents some significant challenges for our economy and residents, Maine should also be very proud of its healthcare delivery system. We are consistently ranked among the top states in the US, including recently receiving a special award from Leapfrog as the top state of the decade for patient safety. And as the Advisory Council looks at strategies to address cost, it also must look at the larger context of access and quality as well. Our healthcare system is resilient, yet it is fragile, and healthcare relies upon a dedicated and skilled workforce that show up every day and put the needs of patients above all else. Hospital rooms have to be clean, broken bones set, surgeries performed in person. It's 24/7, 365 days a year commitment by our incredible care team members, and they can't work from home. We also recognize that it is a system that's built on a complicated and not fully rational payment system. As we think about the long-term financial sustainability of Maine's healthcare system, we must be sure to put it into the context of the quadruple aim, which includes ensuring access to care, particularly for our rural and otherwise vulnerable populations, ensuring that we don't sacrifice the high-quality system that we've worked so hard to develop, supporting our incredible care team members who come to work every day with the goal of reducing pain and improving the health of their patients, and balancing those elements with the equally important goal of improving the affordability and sustainability of our system for the future. 15 years ago, we talked about the proverbial red balloon in healthcare. You push it in one place and it pops out somewhere else. And as we embark upon this work, we have to do it in a way in which we mitigate the inevitable unintended consequences that will come from the important task of building a more affordable and sustainable system to support Maine's future healthcare needs. I'm committed to Maine and the health of its people, and I'm excited by the opportunity to provide more affordable access to our high-quality healthcare system through the work of the Office of Affordable Healthcare and its corresponding advisory council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fulham Harris. And I see that we do have a question from Representative Morris. Please go ahead, Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Fulham Harris, and thank you for your willingness to serve on this commission. And I just wanted to ask you about the diversity in your experiences. You have been both, currently you're working with Maine Health, but before that, you worked with Anthem, and on this committee, we have a lot of bills that address both providers as well as insurers. And I'm just curious how you see that experience being able to help the committee and help you as you go into this, knowing the diverse background of having been on both sides of it, and how you think that that'll help the committee as well.
Thanks so much for that question, Representative Morris. I actually, one of the things that I think that I am able to provide through my background, which also includes working for the state. I worked for the State Department of then Mental Health, Mental Retardation, and Substance Abuse Services in the King administration. But it provides me with a well-rounded background in which I can see the different angles and really try to identify where, how things might impact different parts of the system in different ways. Having had experience in the different parts of the system, it's easy when you're working in one place, and I do this all the time right here at Maine Health with our providers who see things purely through their provider lens. And I think I have the opportunity to and the background to be able to step back from that and be able to see how others might view something and how it might impact other parts of the system, whether it be insurance, whether it be the direct consumer, and whether it be state government as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulham Harris. I clearly remember the lesson on multiple lenses that Mr. Richard Behringer taught at the Muskie School. So
yes, I do too.
Yes. So thanks very much. And are there any other questions from the committee for Ms. Fulham Harris? Seeing none, I will look to see if anyone else in the meeting would like to comment on the nomination of Ms. Fulham Harris. Seeing none, let's see, we will ask that the committee review the comments, written comments that we have received, which are in favor of Ms. Fulham Harris's nomination. And we will vote on this nomination and notify the President of the Senate of the conclusion. So the hearing of this committee on the nomination of Ms. Fulham Harris is at an end. And in accordance with the law, we cannot take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. Is there any member of the committee who objects to taking the vote immediately? Seeing none, in accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Looks like we are. So Ms. Cafer, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Stewart. Representative Tepler, excuse me.
Tepler says yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Arfour.
Yes.
Representative Arfour, yes. Representative Bleier.
Yes.
Representative Bleier, yes. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Milano.
Yes.
Representative Milano, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quinn.
Yes.
Representative Quinn, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cafer. Thank you for being here, Ms. Fulham Harris, and congratulations. I do have to tell all the nominees who have appeared before, we send our recommendation for your nomination to the Senate, and the Senate finally confirms or doesn't, depending on their vote. But I believe our recommendation will hold a lot of sway, so congratulations, and we look forward to your good work on the council.
Many thanks. I look forward to trying to reduce the cost of healthcare in Maine.
Thank you. Okay, next we will discuss the nomination of Mallory Shaughnessy of Westbrook. I need a motion on Ms. Shaughnessy's nomination, please. Yes, Ms. Matheson. I mean, Representative Matheson. Ms.
Thank you, Chair Tepler. I make a motion to nominate Mallory Shaughnessy of Westbrook for appointment to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care.
Thank you. And I see that Representative Arford has her hand raised for a second. Yes, is that correct, Representative Arford? Yes, okay. So it's been moved and seconded to recommend the nomination of Ms. Shaughnessy to the Senate. Now we will turn back to President Jackson and ask him to please introduce his nominee.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the Health Coverage Insurance Financial Services. Once again, I'm Troy Jackson, representing Northern Maine and Worcester County in Senate District 1, and I'm very pleased to nominate Mallory Shaughnessy to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care as a member who represents behavioral health care provider interests. Mallory Shaughnessy currently serves as the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. She's worked with addiction and mental health services that provide resources to many people across the state. She's deeply civically engaged in areas that include mental health and addiction and beyond. And I would say she's been one of the most fierce advocates in this area that I've met here at the State House. I don't know that there would have been anyone that I could have nominated that would be a better fit for this position. And so I'm very honored to nominate Mallory, and I hope that you'll once again approve her.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. And is there anyone on the committee who has a question for President Jackson regarding this nominee? Seeing none, I will now recognize Ms. Shaughnessy for the purpose of making a statement concerning her nomination. Welcome, Ms. Shaughnessy.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and Senator Sanborn, members of the committee. And thank you, President Jackson, for the kind words. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy. I am a resident of Westbrook and am here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care. I'm very honored to have received this nomination and am excited at the prospect of the work ahead of us if I am confirmed today. I have worked over many years with many of the other nominees and believe it is a knowledgeable and comprehensive group that can provide some solid advice. And I'm proud to be amongst them. Having a master's in health policy from the Muskie School of Public Policy, I believe, I also remember Richard Behringer's many words about multiple perspectives. But I believe I bring a strong grounding in the issues surrounding affordable and quality healthcare. I then worked at the federal level on healthcare policy, spending several years working as a social and health policy analyst for Congressman Tom Andrews from Maine's 1st Congressional District. This was at the time when the Clinton administration was looking to bring about what we called Hillary Care at the time and provide affordable health coverage and access to all citizens of this country. I also had the pleasure of working with your first nominee, Kevin Lewis, for Maine's first nonprofit co-op insurance company, Maine Community Health Options, where I learned a great deal about the Affordable Health Care Act, the new marketplace, the costs and development of health coverage plans, and the need for a balance of cost and quality, which has long been elusive, as we all know. As a county commissioner for Cumberland County, I spent years working on developing our system of public health districts and creating a stronger public health infrastructure for Maine. This is also a major piece of the puzzle, I believe, for a strong healthcare system. As the executive director, as was stated currently, of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services of Maine, which is the statewide association of mental health providers and substance use providers, I believe I can bring to the advisory council both my broad understanding and different perspectives of the systems within healthcare, but also the specific barriers we see today within the behavioral health realm for mental health and substance use treatment. There are far too many Maine children and adults currently seeking and unable to find the critically needed behavioral health services. We need a comprehensive behavioral health care system for Mainers that will meet their needs in the right place at the right time at an affordable cost and with the evidence-based services provided by quality providers. I do look forward to working with this group and helping to achieve this important goal. And I thank you for the nomination, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have for me today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaughnessy. I see that Representative Morris has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Shaughnessy. This appointment is for 5 years, and this committee has the ability to report out legislation. There's no question that your history with, as it relates to this topic, you have a strong resume. But the other part of the public, I went through and I looked at all the social media of all of the people here today as well. And I saw some things on yours that raised some flags for me. And I was wondering if I might be able to ask you about at least one of those.
I would be happy to answer that. And I do always state that my professional work is my professional work and my personal social media is my personal, which tends to be mostly politics, grandbabies and goats.
Okay. Well, on January 19th of 2021, as Trump was leaving office, you tweeted out, "At POTUS should be tried for mass murder, hashtag Trump killer, hashtag no excuse." So I'd like to get your take on that a year later.
A year later and 800 and some odd thousand American deaths later, I had grave concerns about where we were heading and where we were in the midst of a major pandemic that was affecting every level of our society. from economic to personal to you name it. There was a lot of passion in that tweet, and there was a lot of concern and a lot of frustration. And I own all of it. A year later, I think we are still struggling through this process that we've been in, this pandemic that we've been in. I think there have been many strides made, and we are still struggling, and there is still a lot of frustration. Not quite the level of frustration I was experiencing at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. And I see we also have a question from Representative Brooks.
Thank you. Yes, I had a question regarding behavioral health, substance use disorder, mental health, and our current situation with, especially as it surrounds congregate care or congregate settings. And what are your thoughts about how to help save lives and save, have affordability at the same time?
Wow, that's a very large question that I could take quite a long time answering. I don't want to do that right now and sort of take us on a side channel. There are many ways that we need to rethink completely how we do residential services and how we pay for residential services for those at risk and at need of mental health and substance use treatment, both in crisis care and in long-term residential services. Safety-wise, COVID, we have been making really great strides in having protocols in place to help reduce and provide safety, reduce the outbreaks that we've had and to provide safety. Spending wise and the ways many of our rate systems are very antiquated. That's something I'd love to dive into in this advisory role. We tend to underspend when it comes to mental health and substance use treatments on the actual treatment side and in supporting our members of our community, our family, our friends, our neighbors, our children, our aunts and uncles that are in need of this care. And then we pay a lot of money on the flip side when people end up involved in the legal systems, law enforcement. And it's when we talk about affordable care, I mean, and again, I will try to limit myself here, but when we talk about affordable care, we need to be thinking about all levels of care that we are providing, especially when it comes to the mental health and substance use treatment realm, because we spend a lot of money in our prisons and in our jails providing this care at a very, very high cost. And it is not very good care. It is not the care that is needed. So I think that's a huge issue that should be explored as well. And again, I will try to cut myself off because I could talk about this for quite a while.
Thank you for keeping your answer more brief, Ms. Shaughnessy. The committee appreciates it.
I will be back before you, I'm sure, on this issue at other times.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Ms. Shaughnessy? Seeing none, we will then turn and see if there's anyone else in the meeting who would like to speak for or against the nomination of Ms. Shaughnessy to the board, the advisory board. And I see no hands go up among the attendees. So all public comments having now been taken, since there were none, we will move to review any written comments that were made in favor of Ms. Shaughnessy's nomination that we received by email. And in accordance with the hearing by our committee on Ms. Shaughnessy's nomination is now closed. And in accordance with the law, the committee may not take a vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we would like to take 15 minutes on this one.
All right. We being, I think I need to know specifically. No, I don't need to know specifically. Okay, so we will agree to 15 minutes. And Ms. Shaughnessy, thank you for your presence. And we will revisit the vote on your nomination in 15 minutes or perhaps a little bit longer after we've moved through some of the other nominations. Yes, Senator Sanborn.
I was just going to ask Representative Morris if they needed to caucus or if they wanted to hold off and caucus everybody at the end. If there's anyone else that you wanted to postpone.
No, we'd certainly, if the rule, we're willing to do whatever the rules say. If we want to take 15 minutes and then vote on this one, or we can wait and do it at the end and vote on the ones that we want to caucus at the end. But I, whatever the rules say, I'm not sure if we can table or not on a nomination is all but we have no problem moving to other nominees and then coming back to vote on the ones that we may want to caucus at the end.
Great. Yeah, I think we can do that. And then we could caucus all at once instead of adjourning for a break at this point. And that would help us with President Jackson's timeline for the afternoon, I think, as well. Great. Thank you, Representative Morris. Sorry, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. No, I appreciate your intervention, Senator Sanborn. It's helpful to understand how we might proceed. All right, so thank you for being present, Ms. Shaughnessy. We will get to a vote on your nomination a bit later. And now we will turn to the nomination of Mr. Carl Toney. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And I will ask for a motion on Mr. Toney's nomination. Okay, seeing no one respond quickly, Mr. Toney, I will make a motion that we accept a recommendation for confirmation of your nomination. And I will look for a second. Senator Sanborn seconds. So thank you very much. And now we will ask Senator Jackson to please introduce your nomination to the committee.
Thank you, Representative Sanborn. Representative Tepler and Senator Sanborn. Once again, my name is Troy Jackson. I represent the people of North County, Senate District 1, and I'm pleased to nominate Mr. Toney to serve as on the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care as a member who represents the interests of older residents of this state. Mr. Toney has been a lifelong advocate for compassionate health care, especially for vulnerable communities. He began his career as a physician's assistant and has served in dozens of professional and volunteer positions in healthcare. He currently works at AARP Maine as a healthcare planning associate and as a board member of the Southern Maine Agency on Aging. I'm very honored and pleased to ask for Mr. Toney's appointment to this board, and thank you very much for your indulgence this afternoon, committee.
Thank you very much for presenting your nominee, Senator Jackson. Are there any questions from the committee for Senator Jackson regarding this nomination? Seeing none, we will ask Mr. Toney to please make a statement concerning his nomination to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care. Welcome, Mr. Toney.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Tapler and Senator Sanborn and the members of the Health Coverage, Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Carl Toney. I'm from Scarborough. and I am here to discuss with you today my interest in serving on the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. As Senator Jackson has indicated, I am a physician assistant and I have over 40 years of healthcare experience. I'm also a charter member and a past president of the Association of Clinicians for the Underserved, which is a national organization that provides resource support and advocacy on behalf of health professionals providing care to the nation's medically disadvantaged rural and urban communities. By way of introduction, during the early years of my career, I practiced clinically in internal medicine and geriatrics, which spurred my passion around the welfare of the elderly. In the 1990s, I transitioned from clinical medicine into the area of health systems planning and policy, initially working for the Georgia State Office of Rural Health and Primary Care Workforce Development, which then led to my being selected to do a primary care policy fellowship in Washington, D.C., under the auspices of the U.S. Public Health Service. Upon completion of my fellowship, I relocated to Maine, where I assumed the directorship of the HIV/AIDS prevention program for the Maine Bureau of Health, now the Maine CDC. In the mid-1990s, I was invited to join the faculty at the University of New England, where I was able to again act on my commitment to improving health status and health care for Maine's elderly by co-developing and eventually serving as course director for UNE's interdisciplinary geriatric education practicum. This year-long course brought diverse health professional students into small disciplinary teams, which made monthly home visits to community-based elders. The program, one of the first of its kind in the nation, had the twin goals of helping the next generation of healthcare providers learn how to care for and care about Maine's older populations by seeing them, providing care to them, and learning from them in the real world communities where these Mainers reside. Since my retirement from academia in 2011, I've continued to work on elder issues, as Senator Jackson alluded to, working with a variety of community-based organizations such as the United Way of Southern Maine and their Thrive 2027 initiative, the Southern Maine Agency on Aging, where we're exploring new opportunities such as the Healthy Aging Resource Team, HEART initiative, and with the AARP Maine Healthy Communities initiative. I believe that the Advisory Committee can play a key role in helping the Office of Affordable Health Care identify creative strategies for redesigning how we pay for healthcare, delivery models we employ within the healthcare systems, and where the care is provided at a cost that is personally and societally acceptable. I feel the experience I bring can contribute to this process, and I thank you for your time and consideration on behalf of my nomination. I will be glad to respond to any questions the committee may have. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Tony? Seeing none, we very much appreciate your statement and will look to other attendees of the meeting to see if anyone would like to make a statement for or against your nomination. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to make a statement for or against Mr. Tony's nomination? Seeing none, I will call the committee's attention to any written comments in favor of Mr. Tony's nomination we may have received by email. And I will move to end the hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services on Mr. Tony's nomination for appointment to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. And I will move towards taking a vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, the chair will ask, are there any committee members present who object to taking the vote immediately? Seeing none, I will ask that our clerk, Ms. Kayford, call the roll, and that this vote again will be a vote of the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation, and a vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Please go ahead and call the roll, Ms. Kayford.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn,
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner,
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tepler,
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Alford,
Yes.
Representative Alford, yes. Representative Bleier,
Yes.
Representative Bleier, yes. Representative Brooks,
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor, Representative Evans,
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson,
Yep. Yes, sorry.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Milano,
Yes.
Representative Milano, yes. Representative Morris,
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quinn,
Yes.
Representative Quinn, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative.
Thank you, Ms. Kayford. So the recommendation for the confirmation of the nomination of Mr. Tony is unanimous of those present and voting. Thank you for being present with us, Mr. Tony, and we look forward to your full confirmation by the Senate and your good work.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Have a
You're
good day.
welcome. And thank you for being with us, President Jackson. I believe that concludes the introduction of all of your nominees. And we have 4 more nominees from the speaker. But I will ask the committee to take a 5-minute break now. Only 5 minutes, in fact. So it is now 2:12. I'll ask everyone to please be back at 2:17. But this offers you an opportunity to get a drink, grab a bite, or use the restroom. Welcome back to the Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. We will continue our hearings on the nominations of a number of members of the Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care. So our first nominee, well, before I move into nominees, I want to make sure I have members of the committee present. Could people just at least flash on their cameras so I can see that they're here? Now, I think we'll wait a moment or two for a few more members of the committee to join us, so that we can be, Rep. Arford just joined. Rep. Morris, are you there? Rep. Quint? Rep. Melorano? Great. Okay. Okay, we're not quite at a quorum yet, but because the meeting has already been begun, I think we will, now we're at a quorum. So we can go ahead and proceed. Knowing we have a quorum present, our first nominee from the speaker's nominees is Trevor Putnoki of Yarmouth. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And before we begin with introductions from the speaker's representative, I need a motion on the floor. Yes, please, Representative Arford.
Yes, thank you so much for recognizing me. I move that we accept the nomination of Trevor Putnoki to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care.
Thank you. Can I have a second from the committee? Representative Matheson seconds Mr. Putnoki's nomination. And with that, we will proceed to recognize the representative of the Speaker of the House, Mr. Reginald Parson. Mr. Parson, please go ahead and introduce this nominee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. Again, my name is Reginald Parson, a Senior Legislative Aide and Policy Analyst for Speaker Ryan Fecteau, and I also coordinate appointments to boards and commissions in the Speaker's office. The next of the Speaker's nominees for the Office of Affordable Health Care is Trevor Putnoki of Yarmouth. Trevor is currently the Director of Membership and Communications at the Maine Health Purchasers Alliance. In his current role, he works with employers across the state of all sizes to find ways to improve healthcare affordability. Speaker Fecteau has nominated Trevor to serve on the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care as a member who represents purchasers of healthcare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parson, for that introduction. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Parson regarding this nomination? Seeing none, I will recognize Mr. Putnoki to make a statement on his nomination. Welcome, Mr. Putnoki.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Trevor Putnoki. I live in Yarmouth. I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Advisory Council for the Office of Affordable Health Care. As you're all aware, healthcare has become unaffordable for too many Mainers. With the 5th highest individual deductibles in the country, too many people in our state go without necessary services or struggle under the weight of significant medical debt, which continues to be the #1 cause of bankruptcy in our country. For employers, The movement to these high deductible plans have been a Band-Aid on the problem of year-over-year cost increases, but high deductible plans come with their own set of problems. And with healthcare costs significantly outpacing wage growth, employers cannot continue down this path. We need systemic changes to how we deliver and pay for healthcare before our businesses decide that they can no longer afford to keep jobs in our state. To my mind, the cost of healthcare is the single greatest challenge we face today. It not only causes too much strain on families and businesses, but it increasingly crowds out important investments in areas like infrastructure, education, and public health from state and local budgets. This is not a problem that we can continue to put off for another year. It must be dealt with now, and it will take all of us working together to have a meaningful impact. Through my work with the Healthcare Purchaser Alliance of Maine, I talk frequently with both large and small purchasers from around the state who collectively provide healthcare coverage to over 150,000 Mainers, or about a quarter of our state's commercial population. For these purchasers, providing quality, affordable healthcare is the primary concern, both for their employees and their organizations. If appointed, I look forward to representing Maine purchasers and the challenges they face on the council. While the challenge of healthcare quality and affordability is a serious concern, I've learned two valuable lessons in the more than a decade I've spent focused on this issue. The first is that successful strategies to improve healthcare value already exist in pockets all around the country. While Maine faces unique challenges, I believe there are valuable lessons we can bring home to our state. The second is that in order to actually implement these strategies, it will take meaningful multi-stakeholder collaboration. It's my hope that this advisory council can serve as a model of that multi-stakeholder collaboration, and I'm honored to be considered as the purchaser representative. If confirmed, I will look forward to working together with the other council members to find common ground in the pursuit of high-quality, affordable healthcare for all Mainers. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Putnaki. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Putnaki? Seeing none, I will move to ask if there is anyone in this meeting who would like to comment either in favor or in opposition of the nomination of Mr. Putnaki. Again, seeing none, I will ask the committee to review any written comments we may have received by email in regard to the nomination of Mr. Putnaki. Following that, we will close the hearing officially by this committee on the appointment of Mr. Putnaki to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. And because the law states that we may not take a vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members agree who are present, I will turn to the committee and ask if there is anyone with an objection proceeding immediately to the vote. Seeing no objections, the pending question before the committee is whether the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services should recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Trevor Putnaki for appointment to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care be confirmed, and in accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes is in favor of recommending confirmation, and a vote of no is against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is everyone ready for the question? Please call the roll, Ms. Caford.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn,
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner,
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Stewart, Representative Tepler,
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Alford,
Yes.
Representative Alford, yes. Representative Bleier,
Yes.
Representative Bleier, yes. Representative Brooks,
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor, Representative Evans,
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson,
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Malagano,
Yes.
Representative Malagano, yes. Representative Morris,
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quinn,
Yes.
Representative Quinn, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative.
Thank you, Ms. Kafer and Mr. Putnaki. Congratulations. The committee is unanimous in recommending your nomination to the Senate. So thank you for being here with us today. And we hope you will do good work.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity. I look forward to it.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we turn back to our next nominee, Ms. Trish Riley of Brunswick. And I'd be honored to make the motion to accept the nomination of Ms. Trish Riley to the Office of Affordable Healthcare Advisory Council. And we'll look to the committee for a second. I see a second from Representative Arford. And now I will turn back to Mr. Parson for an introduction to the speaker's nominee, Ms. Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. Again, my name is Reginald Parson, and I'm a senior legislative aide and policy analyst in the Speaker's Office, and I also handle boards and constituent matters in the Speaker's Office. The next nominee from the Speaker is Trish Riley of Brunswick. Trish is the President Emerita of the National Academy for State Health Policy, or commonly known as NASHP, where she served as president from 2015 to 2021. She has devoted her career to the field of healthcare policy by finding ways to reduce costs and barriers both in and out of Maine state government. Speaker Fecto has nominated Trish to serve on the Advisory Council on Affordable Healthcare as a member with expertise in health, economics, and research.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parson. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Parson regarding this nomination? Seeing none, I will invite Ms. Riley to please make a statement about her nomination to this position.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and members of the committee. I am Trish Riley from Brunswick. I'm honored to be nominated by Speaker Fecto to serve on the Advisory Council on Affordable Healthcare and to be part of such a distinguished slate of nominees. I very much appreciate your consideration. In reviewing the legislation that establishes this council in the Office of Affordable Healthcare it advises, I can't help but note that its goal of lowering healthcare costs is not new. It's been a focus of my career. But the strength of this new law that you've enacted lies in its commitment to being data-driven, analytical, and focused on cost trends, their impact, and potential for amelioration. Healthcare policy must balance cost, quality, and access toward the common goal of improving the population's health. It is no easy task. As noted, I am presently the President Emerita of NASHP, a nonpartisan nonprofit housed in Portland, Maine, and Washington, D.C. It's an organization I built from 1987 to 2003 and returned to in 2014, retiring in June. There I launched the Healthcare and Pharmacy Cost Center, where, among other strategies, we drafted model legislation that helped inform Maine's creation of a Drug Affordability Review Board and worked with states across the country as they adopted drug pricing strategies, healthcare cost transparency like Maine's, and initiatives like public options, healthcare cost benchmarks, or growth caps. Work underway in other states, as Trevor noted, can and has helped inform Maine's efforts, just as Maine has helped other states. In addition, I served under 5 governors in appointed positions in a variety of healthcare policy positions. Healthcare is an economic engine in the nation and in Maine. And as the COVID crisis has made so very clear, and as Katie Fulham Harris's eloquent testimony demonstrated, an essential service fueled by talented and dedicated professionals. But every healthcare expense is a cost to taxpayers and premium payers. And the task of addressing affordability, particularly amidst this crisis, is daunting. Doing so collaboratively is essential, and the diverse perspectives of the nominees before you will, I think, assure that robust review. I appreciate your consideration to be one voice at that table. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Riley. And I see that Representative Morris has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions, but I wanted to start on the Dirigo program that you headed up years ago. As you know, that program was not without controversy. It never did approach the numbers that I think that policymakers were hoping. I guess if you could just kind of talk about that specifically and you know, what you think could have been done differently with that program.
Thank you for the question. It's a big one. The Dirigo Health Program did serve many small businesses and lower income individuals in Maine and provided quality health coverage to them. It also created the Maine Quality Forum that will inform this group. It strengthened the Maine Health Data Organization. And Annie Graham noted it had an advisory council on health system development that created state planning efforts that I think were very important. I think it was a precursor of the Affordable Care Act, and most of the elements of the Affordable Care Act were in the Dirigo Health Plan. The challenge of the Dirigo Health Plan was, in fact, that it tried to link cost containment to increases in access. The financing was extraordinarily controversial, and it was financed through an assessment on insurance companies that we intended to pay for through the savings in the system that the Dirigo Health reforms created. By covering more insured people, we reduced bad debt and charity care to hospitals. By improving the quality of healthcare, the efficiency of healthcare, we reduced those costs. It was that financing strategy, the question remains, that linked cost with access, that remains the challenge today. It was highly controversial, but I think we were ahead of our times in trying to address the issue of the affordability of healthcare. And I think, as all your nominees have said today, it's not sustainable. And while that may not have been the best way at the moment, I think it was an effort to try to link cost and quality and access and cover more people.
Thank you. And I think, you know, kind of going along with that, obviously, as you said, the assessment was very controversial. And I think particularly the thing that concerned, you know, I was only in college at the time, but I know I've asked other people about it from this perspective, that the most that Dirigo, to my knowledge, ever covered at one time was approximately 13,000. Is that correct?
No, I believe, boy, you're testing me, sir, but I think it was 40 or 45,000 people. And one of the challenges we also confronted was our intention was to seek some Medicaid waivers. We did expand Medicaid as well to adults without children. Our plan was to seek a waiver to expand Medicaid coverage to cover more people. During the Dirigo reform, there was a change in the federal administration that was not open to those kinds of waivers.
Okay, thank you. I did have some other questions on some other topics, but I didn't know if anybody else wanted to go first, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Morris. Are there questions from other members of the committee? Seeing none, we'll allow you to.
Heidi has her arm raised.
Oh, who does? Oh, Heidi. Yes, I'm sorry, Representative Brooks. Representative Brooks, please go ahead and ask your question.
For the nominee, Trish Riley, I wanted to thank you for your extensive work in this area. Healthcare policy is a passion of mine. And I really, really appreciate it. I was one who benefited from Dirigo Choice. I was one of the initial enrollees. At the time, I could no longer afford my Cobra and had some adverse effects because of that, to minimize a little bit. But anyway, I know some dear friends who also were covered during that period of time. And I had a question about pre-existing condition coverage and elimination of the lifetime caps and policies such as that. I mean, I think that was pioneering. From what I understand, it was pioneering for the state of Maine. And if you could give a brief background.
Yeah, Maine has been a leader in insurance reforms to make coverage more available to more people, to outlaw sort of redlining strategies, to assure that everyone had equal access to health insurance coverage. And I think has been the move toward community rating Maine was an early leader, and I think has a long tradition in assuring and pre-existing conditions in assuring that open access. The Dirigo Health Reform Plan was the first plan in the country, I believe, that had no pre-existing condition exclusions, but also provided funding at no cost for individuals to seek care and get a medical initial medical review when joining Dirigo to assess any kind of health issues that needed to be treated, and then of course covered them.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Is there anyone else on the committee with a question for Ms. Riley? Yeah, I'm not seeing any hands except Brett Morris's, so I'll go back to him. Go ahead, Brett.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to ask you a little bit about the involvement with NASHP. As you know, much of we had some of the model legislation last year in our committee that ultimately was vetoed by the governor. And it was based on similar legislation that has been struck down by the courts due to constitutional concerns. And I guess my concern about with this board is anything that comes out of it would be constitutional, because as you know, if we end up losing on those grounds, as the Attorney General told us here, that there's the potential for us, the state of Maine, having to be on the hook, our taxpayers being on the hook to pay for the fees of the challengers, the legal fees. So I guess I just would, on some of NASHP's legislation, that model legislation you mentioned, it being struck down in the courts.
The Drug Affordability Review Board was not struck down by the courts. There was another bill that was modeled after a Maryland legislation on price gouging. The price gouging, it was struck down in the court in part because this is challenging my memory, sir, but it was in part because the definitions were very narrow, were too broad and not narrow enough. The model legislation that we drafted with the Attorney General's Office of Maryland and other legal experts to make sure that it would withstand constitutional challenges. I appreciate that the governor still didn't want to take that risk, but that was very carefully drafted to avoid that issue.
Okay.
And I think it's fair to say that in the field of pharmacy cost savings, the pharmaceutical industry tends to seek legal remedy quite frequently. So it's a legitimate concern as one thinks about appropriate strategies.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, all set, Representative Morris?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Riley, for your testimony. And Now I will turn to see if there is anyone present in the meeting who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to the nomination of Ms. Trish Riley to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care. And seeing none, I will proceed to close the hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services for Ms. Trish Riley of Brunswick for appointment to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care. And in accordance with the law, the committee may not take a vote on this nominee sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately.
Yes, we would like to talk on this one as well.
All right. Thank you, Representative Morris. So we will be waiting before we vote on Ms. Trish Riley's nomination. And with that, we will thank her for being present and move to the next nominee, who is Jeff Sanford of, one second, sorry. Jeff Sanford of Brewer. And we will begin with a request for a motion to accept the nomination of Jeff Sanford of Brewer. Yes, Senator Sanborn, please proceed.
I move that we accept the nomination of Jeff Sanford.
I see a second from Representative Evans, so it's been moved and seconded that we accept the nomination of Jeff Sanford. And now we move ahead to ask Mr. Reginald Parson of the Speaker's Office to please introduce the Speaker's nominee.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Reginald Parson, Senior Legislative Aide and Policy Analyst in the Speaker's Office, and I also handle boards and commission matters in the Speaker's Office. The next nominee from the Speaker is Jeff Sanford of Brewer. Jeff is currently the Vice President of Finance at Beacon Health in Brewer. In his current role, he has provided financial leadership for developing a successful, accountable care organization and assisting Northern Light Health with alternative payment models. Prior to his current role, he has served in numerous leadership roles within Northern Light Health, which speaks to his ability to provide leadership and expertise in the financing of healthcare systems. Speaker Fecto has nominated Jeff to serve on the Advisory Council on Affordable Healthcare as a member with expertise in healthcare delivery, healthcare management at a senior level, or healthcare finance and administration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parson. And I am wondering if any member of the committee has a question for Mr. Parson regarding this nomination. Seeing none, we will turn to Mr. Sanford for a statement on his nomination to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care. Welcome, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and Senator Sanborn, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Jeff Sanford. I actually live in Holden, and I work in Brewer, so we'll get that straight. I want to again thank Speaker Fecto for my nomination to the Advisory Council on Affordable Health Care. And I'm honored to participate in this process, and I would be honored to be on the council. I'd like to focus, my most recent experience on my current position as VP of Finance at Northern Light Health, Beacon Health. It's really this work that drives my passion for improving healthcare quality and making healthcare more affordable. And certainly affordability and high quality healthcare in Maine is an imperative. At Northern Light Beacon Health is our accountable care organization, and it's the organization where we consider and test alternative payment models. We try to connect quality to value and really facilitate the improvement of care delivery to help lower costs. Since 2012, there goes my lights, turn them back on. Since 2012, we participated in the Medicare Pioneer ACO model, the Next Gen ACO model, and most recently, the Medicare Shared Savings model. We've also been participants in the Maine Care Accountable Communities Initiative since its inception. In 2020 and 2021, Beacon facilitated the assessment and application process and ultimately the implementation of the Medicare Primary Care First model in all of our eligible primary care practices at Northern Light Health. And we're doing this same work as we work through the Maine Care Primary Care Plus model. We've also been involved in a variety of commercial value-based contracts. We have experience with shared savings models, pay for quality models, models with downside risk, and more recently with capitation models. And really my role has been to evaluate and model these programs and monitor how those programs work for us. That's really a team sport for us. I work with our clinical teams, our care management leadership to identify opportunities to be successful, to improve healthcare, the quality of that care, as well as provide that care at a lower cost. I would be honored to be part of this council, really an extension of the work that we've started here at Beacon Health. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanford. And are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Sanford? Seeing none, we appreciate your statement. And now I will turn to others present in the meeting who might like to speak on behalf or in opposition to the nomination. And I see Ms. Harvey McPherson would like to speak. Welcome, Ms. Harvey McPherson.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I am here today on behalf of Northern Light Health and our member organizations to speak in strong support of Jeff Sanford's appointment to the Advisory Council on the Office of Affordable Health Care. As you learned from Jeff's introduction, he's a highly skilled and knowledgeable financial leader here within Northern Light Health. And Beacon Health, our accountable care organization, is one of the leading ACOs in the country caring for rural populations. In his leadership role, he's developed expertise in evaluating, implementing, and transforming population health and value-based payment care models. We are uniquely talented in evaluating these models and their ability to meet the needs of the rural population served by Northern Light Health throughout the state of Maine. We look forward to not only his sharing his experience with the Advisory Council, but bringing the expertise of many on the council back home to Northern Light Health to further advise the work that we are doing to improve the health of the people of Maine. We speak in strong support of his appointment to the council, and I thank you for the opportunity to share our support.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey McPherson. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Harvey McPherson? Seeing none, we very much appreciate your testimony, and we'll ask again if there are any members of the meeting who would like to testify in regard to the nomination of Mr. Sanford. of Holden? Seeing none, I will turn to close the hearing on Mr. Sanford's nomination. All public comments having been received, and we'll move towards taking the vote on the nomination. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take a vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, I ask whether there is any member present who objects to proceeding to vote immediately. Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that we recommend to the Senate of the 138th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Jeff Sanford of Holden for appointment to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Healthcare be confirmed. The vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays, a vote of yes in favor of recommending confirmation and a vote of no against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Please call the roll, Ms. Kayford.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Stewart. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Alford.
Yes.
Representative Alford, yes. Representative Blyer.
Yes.
Representative Blyer, yes. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Maldonado.
Yes.
Representative Maldonado, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quinn.
Yes.
Representative Quinn, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kayford and Mr. Sanford. We are pleased to recommend your nomination to the Senate and welcome you to the hard work and wish you well.
Thank you very much. I look forward to serving.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanford. That concludes the nominations. However, there are still 2 outstanding votes. I believe that at this time we will hold separate caucuses and then we'll communicate between caucuses and make a decision about proceeding. So I believe Representative Morris will be communicating with the members of the Republican caucus about their caucus, and Senator Sanborn, I hope you will send information to our members about our caucus, and we'll see each other in a bit. So we will be leaving this meeting and coming back in a bit to announce the decision about what will happen with the votes. Thank you. Edna, can you bring us all back in for the regular meeting? I think we're ready to. Thank you. And let's see, Representative Morris, are you here? Great. Great. We'll just wait a minute before we start so we can make sure that Representative Evans, Representative Melorano, and Representative Quint can join us. There's Representative Melorano. And I see Representative Evans. Is Representative Quint there? Representative Quint, if you, great, thank you. Okay, good.
Excuse me, I might have to bounce in and out though, because if I leave the video on too long, you sound like robots. So if you see me go off, I'm still here. It's just, I need to be able to hear.
Thank you. I was just checking for the start of, or the restart of the meeting at this point. So welcome back to Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. I'm going to turn to my lead, Josh Morris, to tell us what he would like to do at this point. No?
We're certainly prepared to vote on both nominees. Yes, sorry. We are prepared to vote on them. Yes.
Thank you. Well, more than 15 minutes have passed, so we can move forward. We had a motion on the floor for each of these nominees, I believe. So we should begin with a vote on the nomination of Mallory Otteson Shaughnessy to serve on the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care. And we should have Ms. Caford call the roll on this nomination. So Ms. Caford, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Stewart. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Alford.
Yes.
Representative Alford, yes. Representative Bleier.
Yes.
Representative Bleier, yes. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Maldonado.
Yes.
Representative Maldonado, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Quint.
Yes.
Representative Quint, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative.
Ms. Caford, Senator Stewart has joined us. Could you call his name again?
Yes. Senator Stewart.
So sorry, which what are we voting on here? I'm sorry, I came in as a vote.
Sorry, we are voting on the confirmation of the nomination of Mallory Shaughnessy to the Advisory Council.
Great, thank you. I vote yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Stewart, yes. 12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caford, and to the committee. We will send the recommendation to the Senate to approve the nomination of Mallory Shaughnessy to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care unanimously of those present. Thanks, everyone. And moving on to our next and final vote for our work today, we will be voting on the nomination to the Advisory Council of the Office of Affordable Health Care of the nominee from the Speaker's Office of Trish Riley. And I will ask Ms. Kafer to call the roll.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Stewart.
No.
Senator Stewart, no. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Representative Alford.
Yes.
Representative Alford, yes. Representative Bleier.
No.
Representative Bleier, no. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Matalano.
Yes.
Representative Matalano, yes. Representative Morris.
No.
Representative Morris, no. Representative Quinn.
No.
Representative Quinn, no. Eight members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 4 in the negative.
Thank you, Ms. Kayford. So the nomination of Trish Riley to the Advisory Council will be recommended by the majority and opposed by the minority in terms of sending our recommendation to the Senate. I believe that there is no possibility of voting on a nomination for those who are not present. So I just need to make that clear. And I also want to let everyone know that this meeting was recorded and the recording will be available on YouTube at the close of this meeting. So are there any announcements from the committee or final words before we close our work for the day? Seeing none, thank you all. And thanks to the nominees for their presence and for those who have spoken about their nominations. And we'll see everyone on Thursday for our next set of public hearings. Take care, stay well, see everybody later.